Hello? Hello? Hi, Nocti. Hi, Stump. Hi, Zero Lagger. Hi, Manuel. Hi, Ben. How are you? Hope you guys are having a good Saturday. My goodness. First, oh, I should make that small. I made a little TV, and I didn't even think about it. Let me make it small. I should put this. Where's the fucking TV? Oh, there you go. The fucking spectralizer should be over here, though. Let me make the TV small, though. I made a little TV recently. Can you well, I guess I'll just have to like manually do it. Make it small. I made a little TV. It's like, oh, it doesn't like me. It's like fucked up. Fucked up, man. I don't know if it's okay. It's fine. We'll keep it there. To sit on it? Oh, that's actually really smart. Hold on. I didn't see your comment till now. Hold on. Let's hold on. Well, I think the size should be fine. I just need to move my thing. My Minecraft's in the background. Like that. Maybe a little bit bigger. The chat might get covered up. I need to move the TV. Maybe make myself a smidge smaller. I think that's fine. We don't need to look at chat. We don't need to look at chat. Hello, Schneider. How are you? Also, hi, Liquid. How are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday and you're feeling better. I did way too much stuff today, and I just wanted to unwind a little bit. So, you guys saw my little opening. I finally finished my room. Well, it's kind of finished. I'm gonna add little stuff over time. I have to finish the books, like the name of it, and then what should we do today? I think I'm gonna dig. Well, Val did say there was like some stuff up. I should fix this. But I don't know. I could fix this. Do I have any axes? No. I got so much shit in here. What the fuck did I do? Oh. I got so much food. So that's the blocks. I think I'm gonna make a separate chest for just food. I think I'm gonna put it right here. I know. Tragic. Oh, that's good. I got a nice map for that. Oh wait. How do I make a chest? It's supposed to be like this, isn't it? Hold on, am I insane? I might be insane. What? Hold on. Oh, I can't fucking. Oh, I can't use normal. Like, I need to use like normal wood. That's so bogus. What the fuck? Put that shit over there. Let's just get some jungle planks. Whatever. That's so dumb. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, oh, let me not mess with that. Yeah. Let's put food in here so we can use the food for like another time. Well, let's take that. Cantaloupe. Cantaloupe. Cooking pot. Cantaloupe. Ooh. Hello, thank you for following. Error user not found. Also, hello, Sover. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Yeah, I'll have to look for it. The shears or not shear. I mean, I'll have to look for like more iron. But I think I'm gonna dig for more ore. I might need to put the music a little bit down, just so that I'm not screaming at like monsters. The bones are here. Sand, cantaloupe. Sand. Actually, let's put sand in here. We need to cook the sand later for more glass. But I want to get more... I don't know. I want to get more, the sock. Just more sand and more, charcoal and wood. Wow. I need to make a pickaxe, but I wanna... I need to get proper weapons, but let me make some pickaxes, like... Let's do, like, 4. We can plant these out. Is it still nighttime? Wait, is it sunrise? Okay, we can plant these right now. And I'll put some lights around. I want to get some crossbows, but I don't know when that's going to be available. Hi. Is it going to come over here? Hi. Are you going to come, bestie? Yes, that's true. That's true, Patch. What the fuck? Oh, close the door. I want to put the spikes down over here, so I wonder if... Why can't I close it? Fuck you. Look at you. That's what you get for trying to mess with me. Look at you. It's almost dead. It's not dying! Okay. Oh, Jesus. No. I don't know why. Is the... What? What's going on? Like... Okay, that was weird. I didn't want to close for a second. Ash. I would like that. Oh, fuck. I need to make a bridge, but I'm just kind of like... I don't know. It's fine. I'll make it eventually. I think for sure. Oh, just hurts myself with my own bridge. I kind of want to make like some holes, like traps. So I wonder if I should just like make a trap here. But I'm gonna like put a sign here so that people know it's a trap. We could do that. I feel like this is a bad plan, but at the same time it could be good. What the fuck? Oh, well. Already off to a great start with that. No! No! Stop. I'm sorry if I scream. Why does it do that? I just like misclick and it just does that. It doesn't just do that, but I know it's just me. It's just me. Okay. I'm gonna put some traps here. But I think it's just gonna be like a mark to just remember there's something here. But I'm not gonna be running around here, so I should be fine. I usually don't go outside or away. What the fuck is this? Big leaf. Hmm. Hmm. There's... Whoa. Huh. I need to learn the combat system a little bit better, but I guess that's just a me thing. So I'm trying to like not... I'm trying to like give my area like a little bit of light. So here I think it shouldn't have. So we're gonna leave this here. I want there to be like a little bit of like no shade in between so that monsters can die easily. I wonder what's the monster up here. There's like a monster here. Oh, what is that? Oh, there. Oh, okay. We're good. I'm good. I don't need to go over here. Did it chase me? That creeper like blended so well to the floor. I was just like speechless. I was like, what? What's that moving over there? I thought it was a zombie for a second, like a baby zombie. No, it was just the creeper trying to kill me. Did you change your title, Schneider? You're pink now. Oh. Okay, we're gonna dig up the... I wanna like get all of the fucking deep slate, but it's not gonna let me. We're gonna get the Azurine. I don't know what we're gonna build with it, but we can ask the girls. Oh really? Oh, it's showing up different color for me. Ooh. I guess it's just OBS that changes colors sometimes. Oh. No, don't do that. Don't listen to him. Or them. I don't like the sounds very much in this game. The mods. The mods make everything scarier. Oh no, what is that? Ay, un pinche hueco aquí. Oh, don't know if I like that very much. Oh, I thought it was the fucking game. Did you hear those sounds? I was like, whoa. What is happening? Let there be light. Well. Oh, okay. They're easier to deal with. I thought they were gonna be harder to deal with. Okay. Well, let's just, oh, fuck.
Get to Del Taco! They got a new thing called Free Shavakadoo. Free Shavakadoo!
I don't know what I'm gonna do with zinc. I mean, I could go with, like, engineer stuff, but Val's already doing a bunch of engineer stuff. I really want to look and see if they have any, like, oh, well, I think I shouldn't have messed with that. I know that doesn't do anything, but I forgot. Like, I had a fucking brain process and now it's gone. Thought process, now it's gone. Oh, I love that for myself. Ew. There's some glowing lichen. I think I'm gonna change the playlist because this playlist scared the fuck out of me. We're going back to ultra white masculine or ultra masculine white girl playlist. I have like a lot of inventory space, so I can like stay down here for a while. Fuck, you scared me, Manuel. I was like, what is that sound? Bro, it's just like a menace right now. Bro was trying to scare me. Yeah, somebody in the USA. Oh. Ooh. Do I feel like getting that? Yeah. Ah! Why are you bonking me, Sover? I'm doing it. I'm literally sitting straight up. Because I fucked my back up earlier and I don't want to mess it up right now. Yeah. How you doing, Sober? Yeah. Deep sleep. That's what I want. I don't know about tough. I mean, oh god. Okay, I'll leave the song on for a second. No! Oh my god! You see that? Why the fuck did I grab the wrong one? Oh my god, I'm sorry. Y'all, that was like horrible. That fucking song messed me up. No, that was just me like fumbling my fucking sword and shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Them bones be rattling.
Oh my god!
What? What does that do? Ah! Okay, beautiful. Is there a spawner here? No, apparently not. Don't matter to me. I want gravel. I wanted some gravel for, I think, a fire starter. You guys are bastards. Oh, did I not make any more, oh, I guess not. That's fine. We can get... I think I'm good with, like, lapis, so... I'm sorry. I had to burp. What the fuck? Does someone just have, like, their lawn on? Like, lawnmower? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, girl, it's like 9 at night. I'm gonna be lost. I just like took so many turns right now. I think I know where I'm at, but I'm kind of like, girl, we're in danger right now. We might actually be in danger. And I definitely need to like get the smeltery going soon. I think after we get a bunch of the stones and stuff, we can I'm just gonna get like a I think I need to have my music like off right now just to make sure there's no zombies trying to kill me. Although I think the zombies might be in here because of just the oh yeah, there you go. Oh my god! Die, you fucking evil demon child. Yeah, yeah, that was
What the fuck is this thing doing? The voices!
oh, we found a spawner. That's beautiful. Well, the oh shit. Okay. That scared me a little bit. A reward? What? Hold on. Eldrod's diary. What? Okay, we can look at everything when we get over there and not die. Although we can come back for this stuff if we wanna well, I always want more chests. You know what? Why don't I just yeah. Oh, there's a willow tree in there. Willow saplings. Oh my god, what is that? Besties, we found something. Hold on. Oh, look at that shit go. Can I beat someone's ass with this? Hold on. Melting plus, tank 1, shift stats, speed, projectile power, mining stone. Okay, mining speed 6. We could beat someone's ass with this. We could beat someone's ass with this. Hold on. Oh. Oh, an enchanted scroll of ascension. Okay, we got so much shit. Oh my god. We have an ender pearl. I need to put that in there. Ooh. Oh, look at those cute saplings. Sorry. I got really excited. We can actually use this, but we'd have to get do I need to get anything? Hold on. Do I need to get like a diamond? Or can I just oh, okay. I think we can use this for tinkers. Move everybody. I got some stuff to do. That's why I was like I kept hearing noises, but I was like, Something's happening here, but I don't know what. So I was just like, oh, well. Do I need to like put anything down here? I think we don't need to know. I do need mossy cobblestone right now. We can hit this, so then like, we can block this off really quick, hit it, and then I'm gonna put some normal cobblestone, I think, just to like build everything out, and then we'll come back for this thing here so that we can just like use the spawner up. Just put everything back for now, even though I kind of need cobblestone right now, but it's fine. I just want this to look nice. And then I'll just come back and we can make like a... Oh, well that's fine. I ended up using all of my... Where's my cobblestone? There you go. Someone's gonna be like, why is there a random ass spawner if they find this? We'll come back for you. Oh, let me put spawner here. Spawner. New. Zombie. Spawner. Oh my god, my back itches. Da ba dee da ba da, da ba dee da ba da. I just don't want monsters near me. Okay, perfect. We survived. Oh, what? Oh, this is ink. So I need a... We got a new weapon out of it, which is very cool, actually. We can use this for other stuff. I think we should be fine for now, because we have, like, light everywhere. I think if we keep digging straight, we might see, just some more zombies and, like, monsters. Nope. We need to use this. Because if we don't, we won't have a pickaxe. Hello, that guy. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Deep slate. Deep slate. Let's take all the deep slate. This is a good shirt right here. I think, though, what usually this means, it's like, of course, there's, like, this stone, and then we need to, like... Oh, there's darkness over here. Need to put light. Okay, we should be fine. Let's just get a bunch of, like, deep slate. Oh! I want to get, like... Well, at least it's a day. We should be fine, I think, for the time being. So let's listen to our music. I want to get the materials at least from the deep slate. Deep slate. Okay. Mossy cobblestone. We have one. We're almost to one stack of the deep slate. I just don't know what tough does. Ma 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 ma. Ma 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 ma. Ma. Oh, I almost killed it. Oh. Hold on. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa. Oh, 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 oh. If I give him 4, I get a chipped anvil. Well, no, we can meet in my poker face. Hold up. If I give him a fucking unbreaking 3, I don't think I have an unbreaking 3. Do I have an like any like enchants in here right now? I have a source gem. A crabapple sapling. Oh, a reward. Hold on. I'll have to like come back for you. Curse of bones. Okay. Chance to reflect damage when hit place. Well, okay. Do I have like any more rewards? Oh, a steadfast drone. Poison on steed. Mimics the ability of school focus. Summons 2 rideable dolphins for a short time. Oh, that's his fucking spell. Whoa. Girl, come here. We have copper. We have a lot of copper. I don't really. Oh my god, look at all that copper we have. Can I give you all my copper? Imagine like I just get a shit ton of copper. Oh, okay. Okay, it was just like no. I was like, I don't have any more, girl. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I don't have any other stuff. Oh, what? I didn't see this one. Look at that. Now I can read in my poker face. Well, I'm gonna put these back over here. I just saw that and it just freaked me out for a second. I don't know why. Stretch. Okay. Thank you for the stretch. Redeem, Manuel. What scared me? I thought that was like a creeper. Body. Can we we can read in my poker face. I really should. Oh, there's a 10. I think that's the last of what I'll get for 10. I just don't see the point of it right now. Give me some charcoal. Oh. Can I get any more? No, that was the last of that. It's Brittany, bitch. We could use the white for something. Oh, okay. I think I'm back at like where I came from. I think this is where I came from. Let's get like another stack of deep slate and then see how much that makes. I think I only grabbed 1. We might need to get like a bunch of it though. That's just tough right there. That'll say something. Me, delusional. Delusional. Give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. So we have 81. Sort this bitch for a second. Weldon Wing. Smithing template. There's like so much stuff you can do in this game, it's crazy. Can I like... No. I thought I could like use that, but apparently not. If I found like another axe, it would be cool, I think, though. Deep slate. 64, 120. 20. Maybe... Okay, how about we just get 2 stacks and then we'll come back and see if we can make some better, like, faster weapons. I'm gonna see if I can use the moss that I found. That's actually a really good thing. We got moss. I can't remember if this pack can let you use moss to, like, repair weapons, but we can see. Azurine looks cool, so we'll just take it. We can make a cute little area with it. We can see. Oh, Inferium. Yeah, because I want to get, more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me... What? Oh. I was like, what? It's just a beam. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Oh, Archie. Drops from husk or skeletons in jungles. Oh, interesting. We have another weapon. Just saw that. Torch. It's crazy we found like an ender pearl. Did I go down here? I think I did. Tin ore. Don't need that right now. We can still mine here for a while. So there's a shit ton of it up here. It could be possible that there's some other stuff on top. So I wonder if like we can keep digging up. We'll find more things. Because usually that means like there's like other stuff you can mine. But I just don't know. Like it's been a while since I've played this type of like mod. So I don't remember specifically what. Boxerite though. That's engineering. Wish we could find more fucking charcoal. What the fuck? There's a goddamn... Bitch, why is there so much boxerite? They're just like, here. Take all of it. Like, I don't want it, but... Like, not right now, but I mean, we can take it. I'm like, damn, okay. Damn, girl. I think... Take a little bit more. 64, 120, so... Oh, they go like by stacks like this. That's crazy. Okay, we're good. Ooh, I think this is where I came from. Let's go back and then we can let's just start working on the smeltery. Is it dark time? Sunset. I really ought to put like a little mini fence or something there. Yeah, I think a smeltery, we could do a small one here. In this area. Here specifically would be, I think it would be fine. Just cause like, I don't know why she put so many torches on the floor. Let me see, we can do like skip every second. Every second. Nope. She was like, you gotta be prepared. You gotta be prepared, girl. Horrifying thought. You know, like the last thing Val told me though, right before she was like, okay, here, have fun. She was like, good luck with the Minotaurs. And I was like, what? And she just beeped, like left immediately. And I just stood there like, what? What do you mean there's Minotaurs? And she left me. I was very scared. I was like, oh, okay. I think I'm gonna make like a little like thing here, but I think it's gonna be like two little like staircases to go up. So they could be like my bed chamber and it's not like annoying to go up. You know, I just realized we should move the logo over here. So that it looks a little bit more cohesive. Let's get all the... Oh my god, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. Transfer matching to... Oh. Whoa. That's crazy. Never would I thought of that. Let's get like all the seeds first. Just so that like it's not as chaotic right now. So this is alfalfa seed, truffle seed. Why are you breaking me? You're so mean. There's seeds here. Why are you bonking me? Why are you bonking me? Something going on? Oh, he's being evil right now. Don't make me get someone on you. I can get the boys after you. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? Ooh, hold on, what is that? Maple sapling. We can put that outside. Let's see how that looks outside. Bum ba-dum bum 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 be-dum bum bum be-dum bum bum be-dum bum. Mushroom, mossy cobblestone. Uh, let's just put the busy. We're kinda busy. Busy. Azurine. The fuck was that? Oh, the puta madre, man. The fucking thing scared the hell out of me. Also, does this give any light? I don't feel like it's as bright with these out. We need to make like a chest for just tinker stuff, so we can put it here temporarily. Girl, get out! Get the fuck out of my house! Where are they at? Get the fuck out of my house. I don't have a bed. Leave me alone. Out here acting like... Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone. I didn't do nothing to you. Oh, dance fall. Oh, here's some tin. It's so hard sometimes. Like trying to just figure out what the fuck I'm transferring. Oh my god. Actually, we can put these. We might need bones, so let's put this over here. Level 2. It's a mana. We could put this here. Telephone, rope. Well, I don't know. Farmer's Delight sounds something like very farmerish. Telephone. What is magic protection? Are they just like, what are you bitches doing? Are you up there? Are you over here crying because you can't get out of there? Anyway, suffer. They are. They're always coming in my house acting like they own the place. Well, you don't. Ooh, we have arrows, so we can use that for monsters later. We might be able to use this. Coal. Oh, I need coal. It's fine. Be my bad boy, be my bad boy, be my bad boy. Be my bad boy, be my bad. See, I don't know what you're trying to do here. Let me see if it's gonna come out. Ooh. Ooh. Are you gonna come? Hold on. Is it gonna die? Are you gonna die finally? Leave me alone! Leave me the fuck alone! Come on. Come on. Where is it? I think it just died. Whatever. It's soul lanterns, so they could just be like less bright, but I'm wondering if I need to like, I don't know, if I just need something. Okay. This is kind of like, I could put this in the other place. Be my bad boy. King essence. We can maybe use this for other stuff. We're just gonna put random shit in here. Enchanted soul. Interesting. Okay. Don't know what this does. Wait, did I click the right thing? Oh, interesting. But what do you use it for? Mana pool. I forgot about mana pool. What do you usually use mana pools for, though? Okay. Grass. Pasture seeds. Oh, mana diamond. You can travel the world. Runic altar. We could get into Botania. And left on the girls and up again about these dukes bikinis on top. I don't think I have living rock. I don't think so. Uh. For your girls, I'm forgetting about these dudes, keys on top, things and for your girl. I don't know why I thought I heard something. Okay, I thought I heard some stuff. I was like, excuse me? Okay. I am going insane a little bit. I may be going insane. Okay. That's fine. I wonder if there's like a magic spell to be able to like change wood to like a different kind of wood. I just really want to change this wood. Let's just move this. Yeah.
Estoy loco. Estoy loco.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just going insane because there's just like so much random monsters, and I'm like, it feels like something is here, but there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay, I thought there was like. I do want to like see if I can make like little tiny fences here, or not fences, but like use the wood as like a bit of Don't necessarily need that, but what the fuck am I doing? Well, polished. Actually, we could just. Yeah, because I don't know. Oh, my butt. Ow. This chair is no bueno. It's a good chair, I will admit. But oh my god, my butt is mad at me right now. Why are you doing this to me, butt? Also, is it... Okay. Does it matter what what I'm using? I guess I don't know. I guess I could use some dirt. I don't know if I want to use some dirt. How about we clear out a section really quick? Oh my god, stop. I just want to use like as little as possible. Fucking. But I want to make this like a little bit cohesive. So it's not like crazy. So I can go upstairs a little bit better. Making fun of me, Schneider? Are you making fun of me? Being mean. Here though, it's scary. Okay. Okay, going back to music. I think I'm gonna put like another wood here. Daisy Dukes bikinis on top. Hmm. Okay, that's better. California. Beat to the beat of the drum. Pop, pop. Came here with someone. Came here in my arms. How did I do it last time for this? Some power of the night, yeah. Show you right. Heartbeat to the beat of the drums. Shame that you came here with someone. Oh. Oh. Oh fuck. think I'm gonna move this over here. Awesome. I want a night, yeah. Beat to the beat of the drums, saying that you came here with someone. I think maybe it's better if I. Someone. What? Oh. Oh, hell no. I did it wrong. So delicious. Okay, now I did it right. I was like, oh! Tasty, tasty. Oh! Okay. I wanted to make some pressure plates. Oh! Pressure plates. I know. Oh! Wait, is it just plates? Oh, just plate. Okay. Ooh, I can make some polished black stone ones. I don't have any more though. I think I used up all the polished black stone. Let's just make some jungle wood. Delicious. Nah. Oh, I need to make another one. What? What? Hold on. What? One of them just disappeared. I don't know what happened. What? What? Where did it go? Uh, I guess they just disappeared. What? Um. Hold on, what's going on? Like what? Okay. And then let's make like another set. I don't know what happened to that set. I just put it down and immediately like it disappeared. I'm like no, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Well, I guess it doesn't work. Is there like a pressure plates related to like the door? What the fuck? Because this one, I mean, it's a gate. It's like a special gate. So is it like tied to something else? I guess I would need doors. Yeah. Macaw fences and walls. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, we gotta make some bridges right now. I want like brick. Can I? Okay, so you can make stone slabs. This one might fit, but it's birch. I guess I would need to make some like jungle bridge stair. Oh, it's a bridge stair. Oh, but we can use this for the upstairs. Okay. Okay. Okay, so you want to just couldn't path to you since they might see as a solid black and on the dark. Yeah, that could be it. We can make these jungle stairs for the upstairs area. But there should be like a slab or something. Sorry, I'm like creaking with this chair a little bit. I don't know if I want cabinets. But it'll make everything cozy. I guess so. Oh, look at the lanterns. These are really pretty lanterns. We can make some cute lanterns for the outside area. With some without you. Oh my god, look at that pavement. Oh my god. Oh. I got one less pound without you. I got one less pound without you. Attic roof. Oh, there's also like skyline stairs. But I want to get the jungle wood, like the. Ooh. Platform. Interesting. Oh, there's like more. Oh, okay. I thought that was the end because it looked like it was the. Oh, sunshine. Is there like plates though? I guess not. Coming up on the fucking. Oh, so they do have bridges. They do have bridges, so we can make some. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, it was just a fucking phantom. I think it saw me and it was like. It just like straight up died. I was like, what? Oh. That was crazy. We can do a little bridge. We can make a little bridge. Also, I'm gonna put the jungle tree edges here. So that helps with like going up. Okay. I think that helps. I'll probably see if I can get like more jungle wood like here. Oh. Oh, whatever. Whatever. And then we can put like some edges here to make it like a little bit more clean. But at least it'll be easier for me to go up. That. Yeah. It works. It works. I think maybe. Oh my god, he. Hello? Bro! I cannot believe you came over here to raid me when I want to raid you. Because I wasn't going to play that long, but I kind of want to play that long. Hi, Wicked! How are you? How you doing? Did you have a good time? We were playing Prototype. I think I did see you were like starting, and then I was like, I watched it a little bit, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what he's gonna play, or if he's gonna play it, or how long he's gonna play it. But I was just there like, oh, I want to watch Wicked play. I think I might die at this point, at this part, if I don't put something here. I'm looking at this now. Sorry, I'm like working on some like structure and stuff. I think I can use these. I was like, oh, I want to watch Wicked play. I mean, you know, you just start playing. Okay, I think. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh my god, I'm just messing with this shit. Okay. Well, don't like that, but that's fine. I just don't want to fucking fly off the goddamn wall and just slip. And I'm like, oh, why did I just fall? Because I was not looking. I was not looking. It should be fine now. I am gonna make like some railings here in the future. So Jack gave me the idea to play 2000. Oh my god. That's fucking amazing. I love that. What do you want? What the fuck you want? Hi, Izzy. Hi, Izzy. How are you, Izzy? Bro, there was like some stuff I've seen. People were like very, very much like don't want to chill out and just want to get people's attention. It's so scary. I'm like, oh. I don't know how I feel about that. I am a very boring person. I don't think you need to do much to get my attention because I look at a lot of stuff. I want to get wings. Can I get wings? The big question is, can I get fucking wings? Hi, Liquid. The fucking emo is so cute. No, come back, brother. Brother. Brother, come back. No. Oh. Slime? Who the fuck is gonna put slime on their Lytra? That looks crazy. Wings? You can make hot wings? Okay, that's not the kind of wings I want. Oh, it's Botania? Excuse me. The fuck do you use? Gaia Spirit. I guess these are like flight. The fuck do you make? How do you make this? I wanna. Excuse me. Oh. Epic ink. How do you make epic ink? You get it from like fucking mob drops? The fuck do I get fucking wings? Is the question. I want to make a fucking helicopter. What? Fucking Val, man. She made some like flying contraption, and I'm like, How do I make that? A warship? Oh my god. You can make warships with butterflies? Whoa. No. No, Izzy, come back. My brother has left me. He has left me to my own devices again. Time to go insane. Whoa. Oh, fuck you. Oh no, they're trying to raid my place. Oh, hell no. I mean, you can try to raid me. But I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work, brother. I should make like a ledge, just so the bastards can see me. Do you think I can kill it? Oh shit. Oh, I've never seen this before. What the fuck? Oh man. Did it die? What? Oh, I think it died. That scared me. I should not be having this, but like, the monsters here are brutal, man. What did it drop? Sorry, that scared me. Okay. I think I saw this earlier. I thought it was a new one. Ominous banner? Hell yeah. God damn. Wait, are y'all leaving? No! No, Nocti! You're leaving me. There. You bastards can cry about it now. Not you guys, I mean like the monsters. Also, I wanted to get some... We can put it right here. Say goodbye for one. Diary with the heart of the telephone like the heart. Suck your lips, you lick your lips. Even the seed dog and they made the kiss.
Food.
The what? Oh, Izzy, thank you for gifting Wicked a sub. Oh, he got another little ticket, another stamp on his ticket. Food. I actually want to eat this oatmeal pie I have, but I think I need to mute myself because it's like, hold on. It's freeze dry. And I'm like, I don't think I can eat this with you guys. Alright, you can hear me like even just like it's freeze dried. She'll make chupacabra noise while eating it. Go ASMR. I can't even bite it because it's so fucking big. Mm-hmm. These are so fucking good. Wait, do you hear the fucking pillow? The cream? Oh my god. This is those oatmeal cookies with like cream in it. Air fried. That shit is so good. Also, I just dropped some on the floor. I'm sad now. It wasn't a lot. It was just like a crumb, but I hate spilling food. This is just the cookie part though, what I'm gonna eat. Wait, but this is the soft part. It's so like soft. You can hardly hear me saying anything. Oh, really? What are y'all talking about? I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna be crunching really hard. Give me a second. I'm crunching. Hi, geek. I hope you're having a good Saturday. How you doing? Yeah. Yep. It's Oh my god. I'm trying to think of what kind of bridge. Does she say menage a trois? What the fuck? Why did I just now realize that? Again. What the fuck? I can't believe I just realized this. I've like heard this song so many times. Yeah. I watched the video where they were saying how it just sounds like the voice actor, but like a little bit weird or off. And it just makes me laugh. It's Friday night. I'm trying to see like, oh my god, my nose is just. What kind of like bridge to do for the outside area? Mm. Wow. Oh, pliers. I like the way these kind of look. I just don't know how it would like add to it. So I think I need to just build them and see. We can use sandstone. Where is like, oh, we can use cobblestone. Okay, I think I'm gonna use cobblestone. We can do deep slate, but I need to get more deep slate. I don't have normal wood. I need to like farm some normal wood. I just don't have any normal wood. I don't know why. I think it's just because like I haven't been up on top like waiting for the trees to just grow. So I'm gonna just oh, these are real ones. Again. Oh, we do have bamboo, but I don't want to get a fucking bamboo bridge. Dark oak. Let's just use some cobblestone, because cobblestone wall, and slabs. Cobblestone. Apparently, I just forgot. Okay, I'm not good with recipes at the best of times. Let's just get like 42. I think it was slabs. Yeah. I don't know why I did this to myself, but whatever. I guess I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter too much. I just don't know if I like this. We can make this temporarily, and then if we want to make it look cooler, we can make it look cooler. Yeah, the sound distortion disturbs me whenever I was hearing it, and I was like, I don't know if I like this. I kind of just sit there and be like, I see. Oh wait, I have that. Oh, I also need this. It wanted me to read this. Elira's Diary, Part 1, The Awakened Breath. Third Sombreville, year 342 of the Era of Remembrance. Under the moon of veils, day of the silent veil. It had been 10 years since I last walked stones of Istranor, and yet they had waited for me. The mist clinging to the headstones seemed to recognize me, as if the cemetery itself remembered my name. Kale had appeared to me here the last time, and today it was he who was calling. Was calling me. Oh, sorry. His memory, stronger than the wind, pulsed in the ankh I wore around my neck. I didn't know what I was searching for, only that I was ready to listen. At the foot of the weathered grave, I knelt. The ankh reacted like never before. It warmed my palm gently like a heart awakening. Then a light emerged from the stone, faint bluish, a grave soul, the first. You came, the bond is not broken. He spoke of the breath, not of an object, nor a name, but of an essence. And he said, there will be eight breaths, 8 truths, 8 silences. 15 Sombreville, year 34-2 of the Era Remembrance. Under the moon of veils, day of the black marsh. Okay, how much longer is this? Okay, it's just this. I descended into the marshes. It's like give it a little bit more serious tone. I descended into the marshes of Narthol. Here the water reflects nothing. The roots twist like bones. I found half submerged grave without a name at the edge of a hollow tree. When I placed the ankh there, the mist responded, and within the mist a glow, a female voice like a health breath. I am the one the water forgot, but my memory rises. Sounds like you're saying sombrero. Hello. Okay. A boat silhouette, and in her hands a fragment dense black inert. Then the water, the silence. When the vision faded, only a smooth, cold black stone remained in the mud. Remained in the mud. What sinks does not die, it waits. I picked it up without understanding, but this stone vibrates, not like the ankh, no more subtly, as if something sleeps within it, held back, waiting to be called. I feel it wasn't just an object. It was a trace of memory as tangible as Kale's silence, and in a moment I understood. What am I chasing is what I am chasing is not something to forge nor to find. It is an echo to gather. It is an echo to gather. Two breaths now accompany me. Still, I don't know what I seek, but I know this. Death is not silent. Graves speak. You have to listen differently, and I hear them. Okay. Okay. Trash. Bing! Hold on. Is this important? Right click to read. I guess I'll just collect them. Begrudgingly. I'll collect them. You guys thought I was gonna throw it away, huh? No, not that heartless. I think I'm gonna grow some saplings. I have some bone marrow. First I'm gonna put some stuff in here. Source gem. Don't think I can do much with that. Magic. Smithing. I mean, it's a runic thing. We can put iron. Gunpowder. I don't know what that was, but none of these fucking trees worked for what I want, so I need to make my own goddamn tree set. I'm gonna have to fucking plant some jungle trees. Oh, I don't have dirt. Oh. I want your love. Love, 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 I want your love. Oh, there's like no dirt here. Well, I need wood, so. I want your lover and I want your romance with me. Revenge, not romance. I was like, I said it twice. Me. Oh, no. Those things are evil. I will not get my ass beat. I need to get some dark wood, so I wonder if I like the dark wood stuff that I grew is like. Oh, there's some jungle here. Oh. Does this do anything? Guess not. We can see what it does in the morning. Or I mean in the night. I'm in a bad romance. Bad romance. Wait, I forgot the trees I wanted to plant earlier. Bad romance. I did get some jungle logs, so I can put them around some like areas. Should be fine. I think I'm gonna cut this one down though. Yeah. Oh. Girl! Whoa, that is a lot of tree, like, saplings. Oh, hell no. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That was a bad idea. You and me in a bad romance. I'm in a bad romance. Oh, in a bad romance. This song is why. Oh, no, I'm not gonna say it. I have some memories with this song. How it didn't grow. It grew the fucking fluorescent, but it didn't grow the fucking trees. I want some dark oak. Oh, is this just the song? It scared me for a second. I was like, don't know how I feel about that. La Chona? Gay. Maybe. No, it's nothing that crazy. It's just something like, it's just a past memory. I'm not gonna say it. It's nothing like crazy. I just don't feel like saying. It's more like embarrassing than like crazy. Um, I'm trying to see if I can find some dark wood saplings that I might have like mess with, but um oh, stop. Mm, dirt, 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 dirt. Um, the thing is, it's like I don't know if this bridge is like. Oh, what? Mm, nope. I'm trying to make it look good. Fuck. Oh, okay. What? 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 Am I crazy? What? It. Oh. Okay, I'll figure this out later. I just want to die. Damn it. I'll figure this out later. I'm like, well, I'm probably insane. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fucking crazy. I'm gonna go see if I have any more like dark saplings, and just like make a huge tree. See if we can make a huge tree. I just need to farm dark saplings. Saplings? 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 Am I saying that weird? Okay, we do have it. We can grow them up here, I think.
Estoy loco. Estoy loco.
Okay, leave me alone. Ah! Okay. That was stupid of me. I really should fix these stairs. These are gonna be the next thing. I just want to get some like tree like stuff. Where do I go usually when I come up here? Fuck it. We're just gonna make some staircases here. Immediately does the wrong thing. Okay. Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay, we just like whatever. I guess. Oh! Yeah, this is also why I need to get some like spacers between some of this. I was thinking of putting glass here to make it look cooler. I'm gonna do that soon. I'm just gonna do that. So this is the willow log, but I wanted to put like another. Do I have any more dirt? Yes. This should be enough space. Oh. What I need is like some more dirt though. I think there was like another dirt block around here, but I don't know where. I guess I could take it from here. It doesn't need it right now. Really? The fucking monsters are gonna come right now. I'm like, I just don't have a bed. I need to get a bed. I'm just gonna leave it. I think it should be fine. I'm gonna just gonna do that. I think it should be fine here. Oh. I mean, I guess it made it, but it doesn't seem like it's big. Oh, man. Oh. Funny. I think I'll just like... Oh, I don't have any more? Or do I? Yes. Jump. I'm just gonna leave that one to grow. I can't be like wasting so much of the bone. Here's more. I will, however, go to Val's place and see if like... Oh, someone said that they left like a bunch of seeds. I don't know if it's this one. Let's like not... Ugh. Oh. Whoa. These are the flying contraptions. It's called like a A gyrodine? So like there's like aircraft in this. That's what I wanted to do. Aircraft. So that's like the cool thing. Like you could do a biplane or you can do, let me see. A gyrodine, like what Val made. I think I saw a war airship or some shit. I think that's like, what's it called? Immersive aircraft. There's more to it though. Excuse me. I still haven't finished the fucking oatmeal cookie. I need to eat that. They also did the instruments, so that's also why like I had instruments. Oh, can I talk to you? Oh, okay, I can't. I thought I could like say hi at least. She said that she had parts, but I don't really need like part chest, tinker's chest. Oh, put that back. So I want to build something like this. Is this stairs? What the hell? So like if you fall in here, you cannot go back. You kind of need to be careful because if you're not careful, you will die. Because it basically like if you do jump in there, you can get blood in there and you can make like blood crafts items. Not like blood craft, but like just blood, like blood stuff. I don't know what the purpose would be if you would do that though. Onions. Oh my god, onions. Oh, eggplant. Iron. Oh, cow seeds. Can I get seeds? Okay, essence. These grow back luckily, so it should be okay. I think I'll just wait a bit for this to like grow out. I don't need that. So let's see. Cantaloupe. I think I have cantaloupe. Pineapple. Taro! Da, da. What is this? Egg. I don't know how these people can do so much stuff. Ginger. I don't really want any of this stuff, of course. Whoa, did I grab it by accident? Okay, I was like, I'm trying not to grab like too much stuff, of course. I'm just like trying to grab some essential stuff. Ginger. So we have taro, pineapple, fertilized essence, cow essence. Here, Val's still working on the fucking McDonald's place. I love that. Oh, interesting. So she's just growing clusters. I didn't even look at it last time. Oh, she has like her own. Oh, is this one of the bridges? Oh, this is scary. I guess I could make this bridge. I'm gonna maybe just keep the one I made and then it'll be fine. Oh, let me sleep because the monsters are only out just because I don't sleep. Oh, let me do that. Oh, cooked rice. I can't sleep? Oh, I guess it's daytime, but it was still nighttime over there. What the hell? I guess it's nighttime now. Doggies, where are you barking right now? How did I come down? How do I go down? Don't remember. I don't remember. Trying to figure that out. Oh, is it this? I think it might be this. Oh, that was scary. Jungle log, dark oak. Oh. Fuck. Seriously? 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 Okay. Oh, damn. Don't laugh at me. Hmm. Okay. A little bit easier now. I'll clear this out a little bit and then I'm gonna keep it like this so it looks cool. Oh shit. I'm gonna soon start putting like more like intricate stuff, but for now it's like it's not necessary. I want to make some like little staircases over here so it goes up to the main room up there. Quiet, you. I'm gonna put the mic up. A good hack. I put my mic a little bit more up so you don't hear it full on when I'm chewing like crazy. That cream hits really fucking good though. Oh, I didn't get to see the down like the nighttime. Okay, I think it looks decent a little bit. I'm gonna raise it a little bit more higher, and then it should be like put more here. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of something. It's like super sweet now. Which makes sense. Oh my god, I forgot I was like muted. I'm so sorry. I was like, what? But you didn't hear me burp really loud, so that's the good thing about that. I might need to move you. Just realized it just. Why are you crying? Oh, the bridge. Oh, sorry. You don't know that. Maybe I was saying some nice words about my brother, but I guess not. So you think I'm being mean? Yeah, let's do. Man. I don't know when I was muted. But I guess you wouldn't know. Oh, so we need pliers to adjust it? Okay, let's make another bridge. Fence and 3 slabs. Fence and 3 slabs. Do I have any, like, nuggets? Well, I do need shears, so... It said we can use shears, so we can try shears. And let's make it with like a... I got some dark wood, I think, here. Yeah. Um... So we need fences. Fuck. I forgot how to make fences. What? I just saw it. Why isn't it showing me? Okay. What? Oh, I'm dumb. Give me a second. What? They sound delusional. I have never heard them. I plead the fifth. You can talk to my lawyers. I'd say nothing. I didn't hurt nobody. I'm always very nice to all of them. Very, very nice. You don't need to worry about these people who are slandering me. Hey, are this jungle wood? Okay, yeah. They're all liars. God. I've never once touched them. What? Hey man, you came walking to me and you tried to shake my hand. It was scary, so I had to do something. I didn't handle it well, but I had to do something. Oh, Esperante. I need dirt. Well, I have beaten the bridge, but I don't know. I think the only thing now is like I can't even. I don't know. Oh. Okay, everybody be quiet for a second. I'm focusing. Oh shit, that didn't work. I need to go inside before I get my ass beat by these monsters. Oh, it does illuminate. Look at that. That's very pretty though. I love that. But I don't have anything for the floor. Damn, that sucks. I'm gonna have to like get some dirt though. I think I have a little bit of dirt left. What's his name wanted dirt, so maybe he took all my dirt. Did you see me? Like I just locked in. I was like, I got so happy. I finally figured out the bridge issue. I was like, why is the like what's going on with my bridges? I'll ask if like Val is fine with like sharing this mod pack, cause oh my god, this is a good mod pack. The only issue is like the fishing mod. The fuck? Hold on, was that the music? Oh. Okay. They're playing music out there. Oh, okay. Oh nope. That damn it, that fucked up my okay, well. Sorry, I got really scared. I was like, oh, there's an Enderman over there. I don't know how to deal with that, so I will just I will ignore it until he goes away. Oh. Well, the bridges are done for that, so let's make the staircase for over here. I think since now I have these, I can like just do this. And we can put these around like a little bit more strategically. Oh shit. Okay. So I'll see like where I can like, because it might be like here is like one hole. We're gonna make like a square here to even it out a little bit. Because over here is like that. 4. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, damn it. Really? 2, 3. Okay. They're a little bit, they're even enough in my opinion. Oh. I want to make those staircases. But I want to see if I can make it with the dark oak. Let's just use some wood. Dark oak planks. Hmm? Oh, let me see. Is it just like building up by accident? What? Hi, Wumbo. How are you? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Welcome in. Interesting. Do not know what the fuck I'm doing, but we're gonna figure it out. Do not ask me what that accent was. It just took over me. I don't know what's happening there. Yes. Okay. So I wonder if I need to like. Okay, it doesn't move apparently this, so I wonder if I need more stairs. Oh Jesus, what was that? I wonder if I should do it like that or because I could like move it this way, maybe. I mean, the only thing I would, well, I would to make sure like. Ooh, this is also why I like cover this place a little bit more because I can see myself falling down. So like put some staircases here. I don't think I have any more. See if I have any like steps here that are like wood. And I'm making it all the way over there to Britain, really? And seeing them speak with a British accent in English and then speak Spanish. It's really crazy because I was also like looking to like videos on people who are also like Japanese and like Mexican, and I'm like, oh my god, that sounds crazy to me. Like I don't know how you would be able to go like you were born in Mexico and you go to Japan, and I don't know. I just find it crazy. And my mom, she always brings it up. She's always like, yeah, there's like people who are born in Japan and stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's excuse me, that's very nice, mom. And she's just always like bringing that stuff up, but it just makes me laugh because she's so happy about it. I mean, I think that's just like most parents like to hear about how others are joining their culture, I guess. Is this seamless? Should I make another one here? Or should I just leave it for one? I think I'm gonna destroy that and put some No! I was trying to put some... I thought I had the jungle wood. There you go. I guess it should be fine. I kind of wanted to see if I can, like, make it curve, but I don't think it's, like, possible, is it? I don't think so. Unless I would, like... We can try and see if I make, like, another set of staircases. Let's make, like, another set. No, I don't want to do that. Jungle. Dark oak. Where's the one that I had? I need slabs. I just forgot what I needed. Brain just made of mush right there. What? Oh, that sounded so off. Huh? Oh, I'm dumb. Hold on. Oh, I need like another set. These are so weirdly tedious to make. Why are you taking so long to just make? What the fuck? Do 12. He was still Chupacabra. Subculture Japanese who love Chicano. Yeah, I've seen the Chicano, like, I'm sorry, I was letting you guys talk for a second so I can read in a bit. I've seen like the Chicano culture in Japan. It's so fucking weird, but it looks really cool. Yeah, they're doing lowrider shows. Oh, really? It's like Shoujo Hero and J-pop playlist. It's pretty, like, it's pretty nice. I like it. Stitch Chupacabra? Don't know. Hmm. 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 I don't know. We can use these for something else. Huh. I don't know. I'm thinking about it too. I'm like, huh. Whatever. I'm trying to see if like it would connect if I like. No. No. It's not like those kind of mods. That sucks. I wanted to just see if it was, but no. That sucks, but that's fine. We could just make like some staircases down. I wanted to do some up here, so let's just use some logs. Oh shit, this is dark wood. I don't want that. I was like, what? That it would be cool if he was. I just don't know if like I think we have to do a whole list to see. Oh god. The fucking noise it makes is so gross to me. Okay, I thought I died. I'm like screaming like Wicked now. What the fuck? I'm like, oh god. Although I think I've been like watching so many people recently, I'm just like, damn, everybody be shouting. Oh, this is not. Oh, that's my mistake. Maybe it needs to be like higher? Or maybe it was like too low? Oh, no. I think I need to like build up. I mean, not build up. Go up and then build. Build it. How did I do it? Oh, hold on, my brain. No. I think I built it like... Like, it needs to be... Hold on. Like that. So let me get some more jungle wood. Okay. We can use some leaves. Oh man, it's like a little bit higher. How did I do the other one? Yeah, because they're like... I guess I would just need to like... give like one... Not dark wood. Where is my... I thought I had like more jungle wood, but I guess not. Yes. I'm not even gonna hide the fact you do. How did I do it here? Oh, okay, I gave it so like a space here. And it's just yeah. Do I have anything else? No. I can get like some wood here. bit better. Although this here is not good. We can put some grass though. Oh, Schneider. Give me attention, bro. Okay, I need to get like a staircase. Let me see. I guess I just need to make some staircases. I don't know what's going on there. Let's just see some. We could use the stairs. No, it would be difficult. These staircases are kind of like finicky, so they're not really great for like climbing stuff. What the fuck? Okay. I'm giving myself a headache with this. I could put some here. What? What? What the fuck? It just made it to like double railings. I'm done with this fucking game. What the hell? I okay, I guess. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Some of the fucking logic in this game pissing me off, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Okay. 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 Yay. Okay. I don't care. I hate it here. Oh my god. We're just gonna keep it like this. That's it. That's it. I don't care. Oh, we're back to our old height, like oldie playlist. I'm just gonna have to like go like that.
Hola, 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 hola.
Hello.
Ha llegado el alma de la
Hey
fiesta
Leo,
con su
how are
maravillosa
you?
guitarra.
Welcome in. How you doing?
Buena fiesta, guachito.
Shit. I'm like trying to shout you out properly. There you go. What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Grand Theft Auto. Everybody's into that right now, huh? Very nice. Well, we can do that. Leave like a little tiny path. Trying to make sure these fucking monsters don't come in randomly. Oh yeah, nice. Very nice. Try to make this like more seamless. What was it like? What did you guys do? Just went and did some missions. I usually don't know what people do when they play GTA. It's only because like I just don't know. I just don't know. Oh, I used up everything. I don't know why I make my life difficult, but we're here and we're just getting the stuff we need. There you go. Oh shit, nice. That sounds fun. Okay, I think it's fine like that. This is gonna bother me. Do I have like any other jungle wood? No, I need to get like some more like Okay. Okay. That's better. We can put some here. Since we always like go through here. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Trying to make sure I'm like I don't fall when I'm like going through here. Okay. Oh, I have dirt again. Oh, there's always one. There's always one missing. Okay. Good. As long as we can like go up, no issues. There you go. So there was that, but I wanted to like... Oh! Where is the staircase? Oh, it's right here. Duh. I want to make this like a little bit eerie, that's why. There you go. A little bit. Yeah. I want to make like cool like lanterns. Maybe I'll make more staircases later so that they look cool when they like open up, so that it gives me like it's just a little bit nicer, because the way that this looks, it's a little bit odd. It looks cool though. Oh, my butt. Oof. What else are we doing? Oh, I never did make the... Well, we can maybe make it. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot I took a bunch of stuff. Oh, I do have some more dark oak. Maybe next time. Is it nighttime still? Maybe we can smelt some, well, Look at all those monsters. Oh shit. I think I only have one more. I have one more. Okay. Girl. Oh, I need to fix the water. I forgot. That's probably why it just like went in there but didn't die. I hate that thing. It always makes like the craziest noises. Girl, you cannot come. You can't come up here. I took a long ass time just to build this area. Oh, that was my mistake. I did not look. Hi. What the fuck was that? Oh hell no, is that like a Lich King? What is that? Damn, I didn't fix that water though. What? What are you drinking? The hell? I don't think I have like any buckets. I like look away for 1 fucking second and I just die. This is also why I need a fence. God damn. Not very smart. Oh my god! Bestie, I'm not gonna fuck with you right now. You have fun in the fucking... That's crazy. Fall. Was that one meme from like the Adventure Time Lich? Fall. Girl, where is that thing at? It was so scary. It just like came in, dropped his guys. It was just a big peace. Peace. Damn, that was scary. Imagine like it saw me right when I fell and they all just attacked me. I would be dead. I like look away for 1 second, look at chat, and I just straight up just fell. Oh my god. Okay. That was scary. I was trying to put these, but I guess not. I'm gonna just kill myself going down there, huh? Damn. Thank you for the hip pat. And I forgot to thank. Did I thank you earlier when I was saying thank you? I mean, when you hip pat me too. I can't remember if I did, but thank you. I might need to do like a whole separate chest for just like essence stuff. Because essence is like kind of a different ballpark of stuff. Ballpark of like just ideas, I guess. Not ideas. Like, it's just different. Eggplants, though, I need to take. Mushrooms. I don't know if these are good, but we could put in the food. ballpark. Let's say ballpark. Taro. Oh, I can't make a chest. I forgot. Damn it. It's also why I got dark wood. Cause damn. Wow. House. House. We're gonna put essence stuff in here. I don't know how I feel like the jungle chest is different. Oh, it's 12. Oh shit. How long am I? Okay, 3 hours. Ese way. Oh. Okay, what else should we do? Should we explore? Or, well, actually, I need to make the weapon, so we need to make the smeltery. So let's start working on the smeltery stuff. We have a bunch of iron and stuff around here. So I could start working on smeltery. House. Let's start doing smeltery. Primitive alloy smelter. Energized. Sorry. So we need grout and we need sand, gravel, and clay. Sand, gravel, and clay. I'm pretty sure I had some like gravel. Okay, there's a reason why I took this. Oh, okay, I've never seen that. That's really cool though. Do I have any more? No. So I think when you smelt this, you make seared brick. So let's get some charcoal. Let's do like 8. Let's do like 5. And then let's go make some sand. I mean, shovels for sand. So that I can get more sand. Do we have enough access? We can make another axe. We don't need a lot right now. So let's go get... Let's see. It's crazy how this fish fillet has like lasted me a long time. Val can make some good food, that's for sure. Let me see. Where was the direction? Or was it the other direction for the sand? I think it's this way. No, wait. Hold on. Actually, it's south. I just want to dig for more sand. Sand, 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 sand. Ooh. Ew, what the fuck is that? Is that a crab? Oh my god, I found a crab. Oh my god, it was a cooked crab. Oh my god. Oh, a cooked crab. I think my sword cooks it. Okay, I need to stop getting distracted. You must dig, Quarnos. For your fucking home. Because you want to cover the whole place with glass. Please dig. Oh god. Oh god. I think I have to like an hour. I need like a new playlist because I know I like Halloween music, but I need like something old-timey that maybe would fit Minecraft. I don't know. Because the fucking music sometimes is scary. I need like a few stacks. I can probably make like a lot with just a few stacks because it makes like 16 every single time of like for one, I think 16 panes, so I could be okay. Let's just keep at it till the sun goes down. I think it's like the sun's up in the sky, so we should be fine. I mean, we could make a shelter and just dig down. But I don't know, it would like risk everything falling down on me. Oh yeah? If there's any, you can send me if you want. Okay, it's about to like go down in a second. How many do we have? So we have... Okay, I have 3 stacks, a little bit more. Let's see how many we can like burn through. Fruit log. What? Okay. chicken. Oh, is that a lizard? Whoa, a lizard. Oh, I think I lost it. Ah! Oh my god, you scared me, girl. Nope. I just heard I think a snake. I need to go. What? Did I miss the house? Okay. I just like ran across and oh no. Oh no. It's the fucking ogre. Get away from me. Damn, I put everything inside. I forgot to replace the Oh, that scared me. Oh my god. There's an ogre in the back. Or a cyclops. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was like a double head cyclops. Did you guys see it? I think it's that. Underneath the eye. Okay, we got like how many stacks did we get? Oh, we got a lot. We have like a lot of the purple wood, so we can just use the purple wood as like a resource for charcoal. Okay. Let's make another furnace. Like 2 more and it's gonna be like, well, 4 more. And it's gonna be for just smelting a bunch of the wood. Actually, let's get the wood. Yeah, I have like a bunch of stacks of just fucking mahogany. Mahogany planks. I don't need that much mahogany planks. I really don't. Let's do like 15 because I don't know how many. Yeah. This is good cooking glass. This is a doona. Have a good night, Nolan. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Oh. I like stretching a little bit. I still don't know how to cook this. Like, how do you cook? I made some stock, but I don't know how to cook. I guess if I put a raw duck. Don't know. Do I need to put like some ginger? can I put some ginger, onions? I think I saw some onions. But there's heat though. I don't know what you're saying. It's like, what? What are you saying? There's nothing in here that you need. I'm like, what? Oh, sorry. Can I click it? Oh, it's Spotify. Okay. I had Spotify closed. Can I? Oh, there's a romantic one? Let me see. Okay, I got it. I want to get like the browser. Hey, Uncle Bandit, how you doing? Hope you having a good Saturday. Yeah, it's been fun. Let me see. Oh shit, hold on. I need to sign up. I need to log in. I usually have like I'm logged in, but it just didn't log me in this time. Okay. Oh, nice. That sounds cool. I can put like another one around here. Oh, I forgot to drink water. Why? Nice. Yeah, I haven't started my holidays yet, of course, because I'm working. But I started Wednesday evening, technically. Um, I'm thinking Monday and Tuesday I'm gonna like work early, and then Wednesday maybe a little bit early, and then I'll get off early. I don't think I'm gonna have that much stuff to do. So we're gonna see. I wish I can do like an automated thing. I don't think I can do it yet. Or I don't think there's like an automated system just yet. We might be able to. Auto smelting. Melting upgrade automatically pushes items. But how do you... Okay, so smelting upgrade is like a redstone upgrade based furnace. I could do that because I want to do like a lot of sand. I'll have to like look into that. I don't think I have any more like... Yeah, I don't think I have any more like mahogany, but I can chop down some more mahogany. Do I have any more like mahogany wood? Yeah, let's get some more mahogany wood and some like dark oak so we can make a lot of it. Okay, we can keep that there. We can put like half here and then the other half here. Oh, sorry. I'm like, is it okay now? Okay. I'm not talking like that much loud. Let's put it a little bit down. Just because it's like sunrise. Okay. We're gonna leave that to smell. I'm gonna get more wood. Yeah, let's go get more wood. Wait, do I have any more? Yes. To make sure I have enough. My god, is that 2 ogre cyclops? What the fuck? We can maybe grow them here. Do I have the space for it? Let's do some like dark wood here. Okay. I thought this was kind of like old school, so I'm kind of like, I think I might have to go back to the other playlist. I just really want some like oldies. Okay, let's replant. Let me see. Come on. To make sure none of them are trying to kill me. Damn it. Is there any more here? Try to make sure I don't miss any of my... I love like the way you can just chop down trees with this mod. It's so good. It's also why like I really like Minecraft. There's so much stuff that's like really convenient. I wonder if I can make like a mega tree. Whoa. I think I grabbed 2 trees by accident. Okay. I know I have like more tree saplings, but we don't have to. Oh. Oh my god. Just fucking Christ. Girl. I wish I was like better at combat. Oh, I don't have any more wood. I mean, more like, damn, axe. My axe. No, I can't do it. I have to do it. Like, I have to get my axe. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god, this grass is making me go insane. Go away. Go away. Okay, how much wood did I get? Oh, okay. Good amount. Are you going to sleep, Izzy? The night is barely young. It's like 12 at night. Uh, that's fine. Do I have any more sand? Yes. I thought I didn't have any more. We need a lot of mahogany. So the good thing is, like, we can do also some black dye with this. So I wonder if I can, like, do the... Is it black window? Pane. Well... Oh, hold on. There was like one... Well, we need a lot either way. Yeah, I wanted to do a one-way glass. And then you use this... Where is it? Is it the one-way glass? It was like really pretty glass. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. But it was like really pretty glass. Oh, this one. Mosaic one. So you put like... You stain it once. And then you stain it again. And then once you stain it... You get that... The glass pane. Let me see if I can do it. Can I like... Yeah. And then you get this. And I wanted to make it really pretty. Oh, can I? By like doing this. But I want to put like... Oh, I want to make it a little bit better. Ooh, can I even... Can I... No. Oh, that breaks it. It's fine. Oh god, that sucks. But I wanted to like put it in between, so I wonder if I can like... God, how do I do this? That's so painful. Like here. put these in between. The only annoying thing is like some of these are not like properly done. No! Okay, I gotta break that. Oh my god. I only have one more. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I didn't have to do that. But, yeah. You see the- do you guys see the vision? There's so much, though. There's so much that. I mean, the good thing is, like, we already have, like, a lot of glass. And we just need to grab, like... Oh, this thing went... Oh. That's the devil. For the devil. Go for the devil. So I want to make... Let's do like... I'm just gonna do a... Let's do 10. It's not big brain. I'm just... Mm. So we have like a stack already. I want to make like a lot. So this is kind of ambitious. I don't know if I should make it like cover only the top of this. But I'm gonna see. Yes, okay. Down. Okay. Okay, we need to make... Probably we need to make a lot more. Oh my god. That made so much. Damn, it always leaves me up like to 4. Yeah, because I think I need to put like something here. I might have to like shift. Hello? You just scared the fuck out of me, Izzy. Thank you for gifting Koki a sub. My goodness. I was like, huh. Give me a heart attack right now. I don't think she's here. This is pretty. Look how pretty this is. I wonder how they're doing with the fuck the collab. Did it look okay if I shifted this? I might need to get like, I think I have some more bones here. I have bones in the bone zone. Boop, boop, boop. Don't call her out. She likes to be lurking. That. Ba-ba-ba-doop. Also, hi, Cookie. If you are there. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm stretching my hand. Man, I did so much stuff today. Sorry. God, I need to fix like some of the audio stuff one day. Yeah, I wonder if I could just like you see the way this looks? I mean, it should be fine if I add like another bone structure. I think I would need to like cut down certain bone stuff. Oh, it's okay. You're fine, Izzy. Don't cry. Don't be sad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out like I do want like some parts. Oh, don't block me. I didn't mean to bully him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That one's good. Does it work if I do it like this? No. Well, I mean, Oh, well. I'm gonna see what to do with like some of these because I don't like that they're spacing. I might have to get some more bones. I need to go to the bone zone. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me mute myself because I need to take off something. Yes. And I did say the bone zone. Aw, man. I can't do some of these. I need to like just see if I can make I will not apologize on what I'm saying. I want to build around this, so it'd be interesting. Hydrate. Thank you, Nocti. Bro just had that one meme, or not meme, had that one thing where you just wake up like from another world. It, it's you're just there like, what the fuck? I'm trying to see like if I should extend this, like make this like go back, but I don't know. I'm going crazy. I usually don't decorate, but I thought it would be fun for once. Do like Minecraft decorating. Don't know how to like. Oh man. Well, we're just gonna leave you up there. Are you fucking shitting me? What the fuck? Whatever. Whatever. What the fuck ever. I wish I can like look outside. I cannot look outside. I Wicked the sleeper agent. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like that. Oh, everything turned off. Damn, I have a lot of fucking glass now. Maybe that's enough glass. I'm still gonna like smelt that though. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think I'm not gonna make more glass. Oh. Well, let's just smelt the ones that we have here. Q's just a sleeper. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh my god. Ugh. Remind me last night. I was trying to sleep. And I usually try to sleep early, but because like I just haven't been able to sleep recently. I don't know what it could be. I think I just feel like everything at once. Like my body's just like feeling everything at once. And I was trying to sleep, and suddenly I just hear like a, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's my nephew like strip throwing up, and I'm like, I get up immediately to check and see what was going on with my nephew. I was saying this on the server. I was just like, what the fuck? And I feel like some like random wet spots on the floor, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I don't think I stepped on it per se. I think like my pants soaked it, and I was just there like, so my nephew threw up last night. That was great. Not really. Children are so interesting. They just like woke up, like they just wake up, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna vomit," and then the next day they're like, I'm fine, and nothing happened here, and I'm just like, what the fuck? What are children on? Like, what? If I threw up, I literally. Oh, wicked! I'm sorry. Like, I literally like have to spend a whole day in bed if I throw up. Like, legitimately, I don't fucking remember what, like when I got sick, but I got so fucking sick I had to take the day off. I usually don't take the days off, any days off, and then I was just there like just laying for like a few hours, and I had to get up and do some stuff. Um, I think it was like a Monday too, because I I got sick the weekend, and then like I woke up. I think this was like after I met up with Koki. Actually, the whole, I don't, well, was it after, like a few days after? I can't remember anymore. But I was just there like, I was like, oh my god, I cannot, I cannot get the fuck out. I need to get up. I had to drink like a lot of like electrolytes. I was very sore, and I think Tuesday I went back, but I was just like, my god, this is insane. And these children just be like, they do not give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. They're just like, oh, we're gonna go play at the trampoline today. He went out to play at the trampoline, like, and I told his mom and my other sister, I was like, y'all need to give this child some fucking hydration or something, because he's gonna feel bad later. I think he ate too much or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he got food poisoning, because I thought he got sick from like whatever he ate, but he didn't eat a lot. Cause he it seemed like he ate a lot. Cause he ate pizza, but then he went out too to eat with his mom, but he only took a like half a bite out of the pizza, or like he only ate half of it. But I was just like, I was like, why is he getting sick? Children are interesting. Yeah, he threw up when I took an edible. Bro, the fucking edible, man. After that one edible and off guy, I just can't do it again. I and I knew myself. I was just like, don't do what the people tell you to not to like not do. Do the thing that people tell you not to do. Don't eat edibles, like the whole thing. And Jesus Christ, it's just crazy because I think they just opened a dispensary right beside me, like literally like next to the gas station. Like I use all the time when I leave the house. Yeah, yeah. That was just not a fun time. What happened to me? Just sitting there and like, God, the experience was so fucking funny though. Just Callie and Vanille taking care of me. I was like, God damn, this is a nice experience, but I'm dying. I hate the taste. Yeah, I don't like the taste of edibles. The chocolate one was like okay. I think the last time I had like an edible, my sister gave me one, and then one of my friends gave me one like years ago when I was in college. Um, I've been wanting to eat some. I've kind of been like, I need to eat some, but I've also been like trying to watch like what I eat. I like the way that it goes tick tack, tick tack, tick tack, tick tack. Sometimes. I have so many window panes. I'm kind of wondering if, well, is this gonna... I wonder if I can like... Oh, look at that. I think I need to give like some accent pieces here. Like maybe put like a block on the top of it. I'm gonna see how it's gonna look like though. I just need to ask Val if she can like take a picture out. Ah, fuck. That one didn't connect. Ugh. Oh, fuck. I was watching like a video about Elvira recently, and I was like, damn. That's an icon right there. That's a diva. We need more divas out there. Oh, I don't have silk touch. We raw dogging this shit. Bro, she whew. I was thinking about it too because I was watching a whole like video on it on like how iconic Elvira is because like so much like gothic culture and like Halloween and everything uh like shows or series have been inspired by Elvira, and I was like, oh man, I haven't even seen those, but I was just like, yeah, damn. Okay, Queen, pop off. Slay is so like goddamn angry. Love that for her. I'm gonna have to see if like can I this is gonna be taking a while. This is why I need like a flying contraption just for me to build stuff. Hey, I like the build. Noctibra? That sounds crazy. You could pull it off though. With Nocti's looks, they could definitely pull it off. I'm just saying, they could. What the hell? What the hell? Can't reach the back. Okay. I'm gonna just have to figure out like bone blocks, cause bone blocks. I think I need to just dig them out from like the ground, cause there's a bunch of bone blocks in the bottom. Damn it. That's fine. Just so that like it'll mesh a little bit better. I want you to look good. I want you to look good. Excuse me. I mean, I guess. I just want it to look more rustic with these paints. Damn it. Damn it all. Yeah, I mean, I think you could still pull it off, Nocti. But I know. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Nocti, so. But Nocti's very, like, yeah, has the same type of vibes. Not like, like, you know, what they're missing, but. I think Nocti could. It's so fucking funny, though. Yes, what Izzy said. Once you get that like model, food, pee on side of toilet. Thanks for the follow. Listen, Lisa, listen. Nocti said it. I didn't say it. I just agree. I'm just stating facts here, okay? I can't even pull any kind of look like that. No, Nocti, no. No, Nocti. Damn, I'm sorry, Nocti. Damn, I'm so sorry. Nocti's having a meltdown in chat right now. Oh my god. I mean, I didn't say it, so I'm like dissolved of all crimes. Oh my god. Nocti's like gonna kill me if we meet up again. It's like the one time Nocti's gonna get violent. And I understand. I like being androgynous too, so if I ever get tits, I would be very devastated. I'm like, oh, well, I like being more masculine. Oh my god, if you saw, if I had my 3D model, you just see me move my hands. Have a good night, Markiots. Thanks so much for stopping by. I swear to god. By the way, you guys can clip stuff. If I say shit, crazy shit, you can clip it by exclamation point clip. I, you know what? I have this stupid fucking duck in here, and I still don't know how to cook it. I need to figure out fucking cook. And I have soup here too, and I don't know how to cook. I hate it here. Nocti. You know I didn't mean that. No. Well, you can't clip it either way, what I just said, because it's gonna be like kind of out of context. Like, it's gonna be like after what happened. So, I mean, you can clip what, like, next, like when the stream ends, you can clip what I said, but you can't catch me. I already said it. Can I make bones? I mean, there's a bunch of skeletons down. I can make more bones if I wanted to. Oh, but I don't have like. Oh, what? How do you make bone blocks? What the fuck? How do I make a bone block? Oh, that's actually convenient. Oh. It's okay, there's a bunch of skeletons out there. I can just farm them. Like, I have a bunch of bones here already. I go off, King. I guess. Oh my god. I like have dug myself a hole right now. I think I can like just I could do it like this. But I don't know if I like that. I want it to like stack up though. That's the thing. I could do it like this. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Fine, I'll fucking start climbing shit. Don't want to do it, but I gotta do it. Wait, no. Hmm. What? What are you guys saying? Yeah, nip piercings. Oh, what? What is happening right now? It, cowbells. Oh, oh, Nakti, I get up early. Well, do be like that. Sad that I can't use this, but like, food, 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 food. Oh, thank you for following. Oh, Nightshade. There's a lot of people following me right now. I'm kind of afraid. I'm afraid of being perceived. Oh, my girl's singing. I don't know. Well, I think what I need to do is like I need to put like a block in between here so it stacks up. Sometimes when like there's a lot of people following me, I get scared there's gonna be raids. That's the only reason why. Not that I get up early, goddamn. Gonna be me. I say that, but I'm probably gonna get up and at like 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. because I always get up early. Even if I go to sleep at 3 a.m., I always get up at like 8 or 9. It's not really. It's just how I live. Oh, I miss this queen. Thank God for like being able to like hear her music. Maybe I can make like a cute little like thing coming out here, like a door. I want to ask if I can just go creative mode. Just to put these damn paints. I'm suffering right now. That is early. Yes. It'd be like that. Okay, we're gonna end stream in a few minutes. Man, we did like 4 hours, y'all. Okay, so last, I guess, show off of the place. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but I might work on the place a bit. So we fixed a little bit of the stairs. A little bit, not much. So you go up here, which is the waystone to go to other places in the server. And then, yes, these are the other staircases to go up to look at the trees that I put up. My dark oak is here. I'll chop it down later. Then my purple willow tree, my normal willow tree, my weird willow tree. This kind of has like cokey colors because she really likes yellow, gold, and purple. But if it had green, it would be more like cokey colors. Oh, Izzy. Thank you. So far, we have like a bunch of glass paint, plain, blah 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 blah. And we're gonna put the rest of these later. We can go down right now because it's still daytime. So far, we've kind of fixed a little bit of the staircase, but I'm gonna fix it more later. I want to add like more to the side, but I need to grow more jungle trees. There's my illuminated tree over there, and we put barbed wire here because the monsters are fucking evil. I might cut out or destroy some of the bones here so that I can put it up on the top. I don't know, I'm still thinking about it. Here's like this so far. Oh, let me fix the water really quick. We have a bunch of like stakes here so that the monsters die. Or spikes on the water. Right over there. Because the monsters here are evil. And I think I'll decorate this a bit more. So you guys can like see how pretty it is. So of course is like this is all just the bottom area. Let me see if we can see the glass panes. So over there is the bone zone, aka the bloodhound headquarters. I wanna like see it more from like this area, but I don't know if it's gonna be able to show me. Thank you. I think you can kind of see the rib cage. I want to give it like a bit more cooler like teeth coming out, so I'm thinking of like maybe putting here like on the bottom, you see where the lights are at, some teeth to make it look like it's like a skeleton opening its mouth, because it does look like a skeleton rib cage, but I want the top of that to be like the head, like top of it, and then like some teeth coming out, and then I want there to be like horns on top. So I'm thinking of adding some horns, like maybe around the willow tree, like horn structure. So that's gonna be like my plan, I guess. This is like also pre-generated, so it's not, I didn't make any of this structure. But it's very cool to like see the stuff that just gets pre-generated in this place. There's so much shit that just gets pre-generated. Like, I wish I can like, I think next time I'm gonna explore when I like you can even see here there's like a rib cage here. But like I think once I make like my weapons and stuff, I'm gonna like explore more. But here, like, I think this might have been pre-generated and they built over it, but I can't remember. This also, there's like a blimp here. I think this was pre-generated. But this is the base area. I'm thinking of also going over here to get some sakura trees, because I want to cover the whole like area under here with sakura trees. Like here, sakura trees. And then the outside layer is gonna be like all mahogany, which is this type of wood. So I think that's gonna be like the next thing. I might see if I can make like a monster trap thing, so that I can like farm a bunch of skeletons. So here's like a mini spike area. But yeah, it's fun. I like this mod specifically. It's pretty fun. It doesn't have like Thumbcraft like I usually play. I really like Thumbcraft, but I mean, it is what it is. How do I put back soil? Monster. Damn, I forgot my spikes again. I'll put them next time. But yeah, I need to put some spikes here. Or, well, we can put some dirt here really quick. And then we can go raid someone. Fuck. Goddamn dirt. Okay, we don't need the spikes either way. I need to make some spikes. Okay, so let's go raid someone. I'll chill here. I don't think there's anyone else with me. Disconnect. Excuse me. Dong the witches singing low. Thank you for everybody that came by. I didn't expect to stream this song again. I usually don't stream this song. You guys know. Have a good night. We're gonna. Oh my god, there's not a lot of people streaming. Holy shit. We usually get a lot of people. Chichen is on. Sorry. Try not to breathe in. Chichen is on, and then Mumkey, Ziona, Gobo. I think that's one of Creole's friends. But Chichen's playing Dispatch though. Do you guys wanna? We go Chichen. Yeah. Oh my god, he got his ass handed to. But have a good night, everyone. Oh, puta madre. Let's just go rate them. Oh, my butt hurts. Oh, next time I can rate her. I don't know her very well. I need to watch her stream more. But next time we'll rate her. I just Chichen's like safer bet. But have a good night. Thanks for everybody that stopped by. Go tell Chichen hi. Take care of yourselves. Oh my god, the ad is on. Drink water, get your meds, get your snacks, get whatever it is that you need tonight. Take care of yourself. I will see if maybe will make an announcement on when my new model's gonna come out. Of course, I'm not gonna play any Minecraft with the model, because it's a 3D model. So I might do like just like an hour or two of just talking, and then maybe draw. I'm still trying to figure out like a good way to like show my model, but I will let you guys know when the new model is gonna come out of this drawing. My new model of this drawing, the PNG I have right now. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Oh, do raid message, whatever you want to do, or just do raid. Bye everyone. Bye. I'm sorry it took too long. Man.